Have one qualifier lining up on the gate. Wicked Luck, Paul Langell, Port Hill Felix, and Dana Sweet. Brienne the Beauty, Kenny Murphy. She Be Perfect, Jacob Sweet. And there they go, off and pacing. Port Hill Felix will be the first one out towards the rail. That's Wicked Luck. To their outside comes She Be Perfect, followed by the trailer, who is Brienne the Beauty. They round the first turn. Arrive at the opening gates. Port Hill Felix is out in front. On the outside for second is She Be Perfect. Then third is Wicked Luck. And the trailer fourth, Brienne the Beauty. Along the backstretch, approaching the first quarter with Port Hill Felix by almost 2. Second is She Be Perfect. Wicked Luck went to the outside, back to the cones, racing from third. And Brienne the Beauty fourth, just 31 and 4 at the quarter. Port Hill Felix will lead them off the paddock turn en route to the opening half mile. She Be Perfect is a racing second. Then in third, it's Wicked Luck, and on the outside fourth, Brienne the Beauty is underway. They're halfway home in the qualifier, led by Port Hill Felix. Brienne the Beauty up and after the leader. Third is She Be Perfect. And the fourth one, Wicked Luck, the half mile in 103. Around the turn they go, approaching 5/8, and Brienne the Beauty has taken over the lead on the outside. Racing second is Port Hill Felix. She Be Perfect third. And dropping back fourth, that is Wicked Luck. In the three quarters comes next, Brienne the Beauty on the outside, the leader. Port Hill Felix along the rail. He's matching the strides. And third is She Be Perfect. And at the back, that is Wicked Luck. The three quarters in 133 and 4. And as a team up front, as they arrive at the 7/8, Port Hill Felix along the rail, Brienne the Beauty on the outside, She Be Perfect third. Wicked Luck has dropped out of it. In the only qualifier on this Tuesday night, they come to the wire next. Port Hill Felix along the rail will win. Second, that's Brienne the Beauty. Third, She Be Perfect. Time for the mile, 2:04.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Here's the rundown in the qualifier. Wicked Luck did not finish. Port Hill Felix the winner. Brienne the Beauty was second. She Be Perfect third. 31 and 4, 103. 133 and 4, 204. come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. 13 races on tap for you here tonight. I am your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Vance Cameron, calling all the action in the booth tonight. The feature race comes up tonight in race number 12. Hamac exclusive. Corey McPherson leave on the rail. Jack Boswell 2 with David Dowling. Doc Awesome from 3 with Adam Erner. 4 is Hamac Charmer with Brady Sweet. Hamac Maximus 5 tonight with Brody McPhee. Brookdale Johnny 6 with Paul Angel. Sobel Attack, last week's top class winner, rounds out the field on the outside 7. Going to be a great night for harness racing here in Summerside. In case you missed it on Sunday afternoon, there's a big mile. Broke the track record at Charlottetown. More on that later on. We also have the new promotion called the Track Triple here tonight. We'll touch on that a little later on as well. We have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs now to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 29 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 13 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Ken Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Derek Fallon and Mr. Dylan Elaine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, you'll go to race number 1. In the first race, number 5, J.J. Brienne, will go from an open to a blind bridle. Also in the first race, scratch number 6, She's a Lover, She Will Not Go. Race 1, scratch number 6, She's a Lover. Next change, go to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 5, Love Party, has a chart line not showing. 11th of October, Charlottetown, Fast Track. Scoring from post 4 and finish 4th was race timed in 1:57, driven by Paul Angel. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth, number 1, Hamac Fancy, adding a Tony Morgan spreader. Number 4, Mimaz Mapo, removing blinkers. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 5, Mr. William, has a chart line not showing. 11th October at Charlottetown on the Fast Track. Scoring from post 3 and finished 8th. Was race timed in 1:59, driven by Corey McPherson. And that will wrap up the changes on tonight's 13 race presentation. The Par Mutual wickets open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. That will leave you 26 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguid, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. If you missed Sunday afternoon, Breeders' Crown final day on Sunday at Charlottetown, you missed quite a show, folks. Track records galore. Windermere Sky broke the track record in Charlottetown for two-year-old pacing fillies, 153-3, and that also equaled the Canadian record, tied with two other fillies, for the record of Canadian two-year-old fillies, 153-3. Also, Fight Song and Jason Hughes destroyed the track trotting record, going a mile in 154-3. And then Mickey Shan was Mickey Shan. Let's have a look at this.
House Edge Hanover, she out time. Up and pacing, better than spring, the first call. Mickey Channel on the rail now will take the lead. Better than spring will get away second, racing from third. That's Twin B Tough Enough. Coming up fourth on the outside, B2B away fifth. Along the rail is Salisbury and Nothing But Finesse sixth. Then in seventh in the early going, that is Nothing Bugs Me. Trailing the field, House Edge Hanover leading the field. The co-holder of the track record in Charlottetown, Mickey Shan on that choo-choo, in line to Corey McPherson, off at 27 and 4 opening quarter. Racing from second is Better Than Spring. Back into third, B2B. Coming out of the turn fourth, that is Twin B Tough Enough. Then in fifth, Salisbury. 6-1, Nothing But Finesse. Then Nothing Bugs Me, seventh, trailing the field. House Edge Hanover, straight alignment halfway home, led by Mickey Shan in 55. And a 1, 27 and 2 in the second panel to the three quarters. They're marching here and they're chasing Mickey Shan and Corey McPherson by 2. Better Than Spring under urging second. B2B third. Fourth on the outside, Twin B Tough Enough. Salisbury in at the rail fifth. Sixth, Nothing Bugs Me. Seventh, on the outside, Nothing But Finesse. House Edge Hanover trails the field. 1:22 and 4 3/4. He's taking a shot at the all-time track record here in Charlottetown. Mickey Shan and Corey McPherson, a going-away winner in the Premier's Cup. And the time for the mile, there it is, folks. It's the miracle mile of all time. 1:49.4. Wow! Mickey Shan and McPherson rewriting the record books here on Thanksgiving at Charlottetown.
Wow is right, folks. What a mile. 1:49.4. We broke the 150 barrier in Charlottetown on Sunday, and I was working that day with Kurt Hughes. What a feeling it was to be a part of that mile on Sunday. Hopefully you're going to enjoy all the action here tonight. 13 dashes on tap for you here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. Don't forget to get in the aisle, pick 5 tonight. Pick the winners of races 1 through 5 with the guaranteed pool of $2,000 and the low 15% takeout. And there we get a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. You'll see I'm going to go with a 1, 4, and 7 in here. Backstretch beat tonight. Post time picks is actually tonight. That's Kurt Hughes at 1, 7, and 8. Classifiers choices 2, 1, 7 in the opener in 8 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 10 tonight, we have a late driver change on number 5, Hunger Pangs. Make the driver Jacob Sweet. Race 10, number 5, Hunger Pangs. Jacob Sweet now drives. Introducing the first race pacers and their drivers on parade. Number 1, Dolly Sky, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape. Kyle DeRoss trains and drives. Run for the Money 2, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet trains and drives. Number 3, Red Dirt Nellabella, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside and Ron Kennedy of Granville, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy up. 4, Mockbrook Pro, owned by Paul Conway of Bonjon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul trains, Zach drives. 5, J.J. Brienne, owned by Alan Jones of Riverview, and Norman Legier of Shediac, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones, driven by David Dowling. 6, She's a Lover is scratch. Number 7 is Sweet Sylvia. Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews up in Nanaimo, British Columbia. Number 8 is Brookdale Shelley, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time. This is Race Day Live from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. We kick things off with another new promotion with the Track Triple. Rocky Skierman picks up the action next.
And as you can see on your screen, October the 14th till November the 11th, that's our last date here. Purchase an aisle pick 5, a pick 4, and 1 daily double for your chance at $500. See the race lead for entry forms. Full details at Redshores.ca. Let's head out to the track for this evening's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent aisle pick 5 equipment change on the 5 in here. J.J. Brienne goes from an open to a blind bridle. Number 6, She's a Lover, has been scratched. Landing on the rail sitter in here, that is Dolly Sky, a nine-year-old bay mare by Dolly. For Vance McMillan of West Cape, Kyle DeRoche, the trainer and the driver. Last start was here on October the 6th, left from 7. Good effort, came first over, hung around late, just got beat by half a length, 159-3, 29-2, closing quarter. Much better effort from her in her last start, looking for her first win of the season. I think it could be tonight. She could go right down the road tonight. Dolly Sky on the rail with Kyle DeRoche at 6-1. And there's a look at the 4, Mockbook Pro, a 9-year-old bay mare by Running Book for Paul Conway and Zach Conway. Paul Conway is the trainer with his boy Zach Conway in the bike. Started here on October the 6th. That's last Monday night. Left from post 4 and finished 4, just beat by a length and 3/4. Race timed in 2 minutes flat. 30-1 closing quarter. Another one who's been camera shy in 2025, looking for her first win of the season. Could trip out in this one. Mockbook Pro with Zach Conway from post 4. Good odds, 19-1. And there we see the 7, Sweet Sylvia. She'll move in a position with the scratch of the 6, She's a Lover. Sweet Sylvia is an 8-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer for Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. She's also the trainer. Brett Clough will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown October the 2nd. Left on the rail, finished 5th, 158-4, 29-1 closing quarter. Start before that in Charlottetown, September 25th from the rail. Finished 2nd, 158-3, 29 seconds flat. Closing quarter. Another one looking for that first win at 2025. Could be tonight. A long way out, but she does have the credentials to get it all in here. That's the 7, Sweet Sylvia with Brett Clough at 9-1. Tonight's first of 13. It's a baker's dozen. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Dolly Sky, Run for the Money, Red Dirt, Nellabella. Mockbook Pro, J.J. Brienne, Sweet Sylvia, and Brookdale Shelley are on the gate. And the starting gate is at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, J.J. Brienne, the first one out. At the rail, Dolly Sky is second. Run for the Money, third. Mockbook Pro, fourth to the turn. Coming up fifth on the outside is Brookdale Shelley. Red Dirt, Nellabella, sixth. And the trailer, seventh, Sweet Sylvia. To the backstretch they go, and here is J.J. Brienne to clear the lead for David Dowling. Dolly Sky gives way for the two-hole ride, racing from third. Run for the Money. Brookdale Shelley dropped in to be fourth, then fifth. Mockbrook Pro, Red Dirt Bella races from sixth and trailing the field seventh. Sweet Sylvia, the opening quarters up in 29 seconds flat as they round the paddock turn in straight alignment on the point. That is J.J. Brienne, the leader. Dolly Sky in second, Run for the Money third. That's Brookdale Shelley fourth, and she's edged out. On the rail fifth is Mockbrook Pro, Red Dirt Nellabella sixth. Sweet Sylvia seventh. Halfway home in the opener, led by J.J. Brienne. Tracking second is Dolly Sky. On the outside third, Run for the Money, 59 and 1.5. Racing fourth, Mockbrook Pro. On the outside fifth is Brookdale Shelley. Red Dirt Nellabella continues sixth, and there goes Sweet Sylvia. Sent to the outside, 7 3/4 comes next. J.J. Brienne, the leader. Dolly Sky in hot pursuit second. Run for the Money third. Fourth on the outside, that is Brookdale Shelley along the rail in fifth. Mockbrook Pro now on the outside, Sweet Sylvia sixth. Red Dirt Nellabella seventh. 1:29 and 1 was three-quarter time with just an eighth left to go. J.J. Brienne trying to take them all the way tonight. Dolly Sky second. Run for the Money third. Way wide. Brookdale Shelley is coming late. They're in deep. Stretch now. Brookdale Shelley on the outside opens it up for Paul Angel. Tight for the deuce. Run for the Money up against J.J. Brienne, and the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for this evening's opener. I said it earlier, close your eyes and point for this one because a pretty evenly matched field in here. And here's the stretch drive as J.J. Brienne and David Dowling took them through fractions of 29, 59 and 1, 129 and 1. Here's the stretch drive. My top choice, Dolly Sky, I thought was going to blast up that passing lane, but Brookdale Shelley and Paul Angel, they had other things in mind here as they're coming up in the outside 4 wide, and they're going to grab it all from post 8 tonight. 2 minutes flat. That's her 4th win of the season, 6th career for Brookdale Shelley. Paul Angel drives in for second. It looked like the 2, but it is posted. Now it is. The 2 is posted for second. That's Run for the Money with the 5. J.J. Brienne third, so it's 8-2-5 unofficially. In the opener, we're going to see Brookdale Shelley and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Brookdale Shelley on her way into the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from tonight's first race. Shelley's a bay pacing mare 4 by Rockin' in Heaven. From the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Shadow, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langer guiding her to victory in 2 minutes flat. Brookdale Shelley in the Tuesday night opener at Summerside.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the first race: Dolly Sky 4th, Run for the Money 2nd, Red Dirt Nella Bella was 6th, Mockbrook Pro 5th, JJ Brienne 3rd, She's a Lover was scratched, Sweet Sylvia finished 7th, Brookdale Shelley the race winner. Fractions went 29, 59 and 1, 129 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes. From the top, your program reads 4-2-6. 5-3 scratched, 7-1. Brookdale Shelley 1130 to win. The Exactor 2860, Triactor 200 1110, and the Superfecta 5094.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. One race in the books thus far. We had 12 more to go. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand promotion here at Red Shores in Summerside. It's now underway on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Field of 5 in here. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, win and place wagering. No show wagering in here. I'm going to go 1-3-2 in here. Post-time picks. That's Kurt Hughes tonight at 3-2-1. Along with the Classifiers choices, also 3-2-1 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes.
Maiden paces on the second race. Post for 8, number 1, Salzburg Fancy, owned by Jordan McKay of French River. John Mellenbacher from Oakville, Ontario, trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson drives. Do or Die, number 2, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay is the trainer-driver. Covered in Purple, 3, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax. Rudge Racing of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow, training and driving. Elm Grove Tux, number 4, is owned, trained, and driven by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Le'Veon Bell, number 5, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri. Tonight, Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. As Rocky mentioned just a few minutes ago, the Grand in Your Hand promotion continues tonight.
That's right, folks. Don't forget to get those uncashed tickets into the ballot box for a chance to win the voucher, and their ticket goes back in for the draw for $1,000 on our final race card here on November the 11th. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, wagering. No show wagering in this one with a field of 5. Don't forget you can tag your ticket too for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the rail sitter in here, that's Salzburg Fancy, 2-year-old Bay Filly by Somewhere Fancy for Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Chris McKay is the trainer and Corey McPherson is the driver. Folks, in case you didn't notice or you didn't know, this is the connection that broke the track pacing record at Charlottetown on Sunday afternoon, 1:49.4 with Mickey Shan. Salzburg Fancy on the rail tonight with Corey McPherson at 3-5. There's a look at the 3, covered in purple, 2-year-old Bay Filly by Stonebridge Terror for Kevin Harvey and Rudge Racing. Darren Crow is the trainer and the driver. Last start was here October the 5th on the rail. Finished third, just beat by 2. Race time 2:02 and 2, 31 and 2 on the end of it. Start before that was September the 5th, so a month in between starts. Truro Raceway, left on the rail, finished 5th, just got beat by half a length. They're all across the track. 2 minutes 3/5, 31 and 2. Was the closing quarter. 9th lifetime start tonight for Covered in Purple with Darren Crow from post 3 at 3-1. And there we get a peek at the 2, Do or Die. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Blood Money for Willie McKay of South Granville. He's the owner, the trainer, and the driver. His last start was in Charlottetown, October the 4th. Joe O'Brien, Grassroots, left from 5 and finished 5. 2 minutes 1/5, 29 and 1 closing quarter. Gilles Barrio was in the bike. 11th lifetime start tonight for Do or Die with Willie McKay. Post 2, 7-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Short field in here. Field of 5. No show wagering. On the rail, Salzburg Fancy, Corey McPherson at 4-5. 2, Do or Die, and Willie McKay at 7-1. The 3, Covered in Purple of Darren Crow at 3-1. 4, Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet also is at 4-1. And the 5, Le'Veon Bell with Paul Angel looking for a back-to-back double tonight at 5-2. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's second race has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Salisbrook Fancy, Do or Die. Covered in purple, Elm Grove, Tux, Le'Veon Bell. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Up and facing Le'Veon Bell, Elm Grove Tux leave out. Salisbrook Fancy towards the rail, covered in purple away fourth. Do or Die will trail fifth. 3 wide they go round the turn, arriving at the 8th pole, and the farthest one out, Le'Veon Bell the leader. In between horses, Elm Grove Tux, and at the rail, that's Salisbrook Fancy third. Covered in purple races from fourth. Do or Die is fifth as they roll over to the opening quarter. Elm Grove Tux along the rail, the leader. Le'Veon Bell is parked out second, racing from third. That is Salisbrook Fancy. Covered in purple fourth. Do or Die fifth. They went 30 and 3 to the opening quarter. Off the paddock turn they come towards the half mile with Elm Grove Tux the leader. Second is Salisbrook Fancy. Le'Veon Bell will be overland once again this week on the outside, parked out third. Fourth at the rail is covered in purple, and the trailer fifth. That is Do or Die. They're halfway home, led by Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet. In the 2-hole, Salisbrook Fancy is second, racing third on the outside. Le'Veon Bell, the half mile in 1:02 and 3. Racing from fourth, Do or Die, covered in purple, swinging out to the outside fifth. To the back stretch they go. The 3/4 up next. Elm Grove Tux the leader. In between the horses, Le'Veon Bell, covered in purple, is out there 3 wide. In at the rail, nowhere to go here. Salisbrook Fancy, Do or Die, the trailer fifth. They're by 3/4 now, and they're 3 high in the late going. 1:34 and 2 was the 3/4, and they get set to turn home. Covered in purple, the leader. In at the rail, Elm Grove Tux. Third is Salisbrook Fancy. Fourth, Do or Die. Deep stretch now. On the wire they come next. Salisbrook Fancy up the inside with McPherson. Second, that is Elm Grove Tux. Third, Covered in Purple. And the time for this mile, 2:04 and 2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. And we saw Elm Grove Tux and Dana Sweet get to the front, 30 and 3, the half in 1:02 and 3. Long night for Le'Veon Bell, parked out the entire mile. 1:34 and 2 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive. Darren Crow went 3 wide in the backstretch with Covered in Purple, but Salisbrook Fancy and Corey McPherson get up the inside. 2-year-old filly by Somewhere Fancy gets her first lifetime win from just her third lifetime start tonight. 2:04 and 2 maiden record. In for second is the 4 Elm Grove Tux with Covered in Purple third. It's 1:43 unofficially. In tonight's second race, we'll see Salisbrook Fancy and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Weds Winner's Circle next.
There's Salzburg Fancy on her way to the second race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 2 by Somewhere Fancy from the betting line dam. Line in the Sand, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario. Bred by the Salzburg Stables and Michael McKenzie of Nova Scotia. Trained by Chris McKay. Corey McPherson will guide her to a maiden record tonight of 2:04 and 2. Salzburg Fancy in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the second. Salzburg Fancy the winner, Do or Die fourth. Covered in Purple third. Elm Grove Tux was second. Le'Veon Bell fifth. 30 and 3, 102 and 3, 134 and 2, and the mile 204 and 2. In review 143, 25. Salzburg Fancy paid 340. The Exactor 1410, Triactor 2750, the Superfecta 433, and the Early Daily Double 2270.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Isabella's up here right now. First call, 50-50 here in the Oval. I want to give a shout out and a welcome to Carmen and Emily Peach and Kathy Duffy. They're visiting from Buck Lake, Alberta. First time visitors to Prince Edward Island and to Red Shores. So welcome to Red Shores from all of us here at Red Shores. You can wager at the track or from home with HPI. It's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Wager on Red Shore, Summerside, or Charlottetown, where now, for the first time, you can earn rewards. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race tonight. In the third race, I'm going to go with a 3, 4, and 1 in here. Post-time picks, that's Kurt Hughes tonight at 5, 6, and 3. Classifiers choices, 4, 3, and 5 in tonight's third race in 7 minutes.
Elm Grove Quest on the third race post parade, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan is the trainer, driven by David Dowling. Sporty Spice 2, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Brett Clow drives. 3, Tobin's Future, owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Harlequin Romance 4, owned by Barry Bigger, Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger. Tonight, Paul Angel. 5, Princess Halo, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Junior Baglow of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole, driven by Brady Sweet. 6 is Timberley Lady, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. 4 minutes to post time. Play at the track or from home with the new HPI app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the 3 in here was a toss-up between the 3 and the 4 when I was doing my selections here. Adam Murner driving the 3 tonight, Tobin's Future, and I look at that line. He might be a little more aggressive than the last start for Tobin's Future. He left from 5 there, 4 starts back, and sat 2 and finished 3rd. Paced a mile in 1:55 and 4, 30 seconds flat closing quarter. Adam Murner was in the bike. So Tobin's Future, 5-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason trains and Adam Murner, as I mentioned, in the bike. Last start was last Monday night here. Left from 4 and finished 6th. 1:59 flat, 29 second closing quarter. Has 3 wins this season. 1:56 and 3, season's best right here at Summerside. It's Tobin's Future. Post 3 tonight. Adam Murner aboard. Your current choice at 1 to 9. And there's a look at the 4, Harlequin Romance, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Barry Pops Bigger of Summerside. Jason Bigger, the trainer. Paul Angel gets the call tonight. Used hard in her last start, October the 6th. That was last Monday here. Left from 6, pointed right to the front. Finished 3rd, still raced really good. Paced a mile in 1:58 and 3. 5 wins on the season, 1:57 and 4, season's best. Right here at Summerside. I think she'll be in for possibly a 2-hole trip tonight. If the 3-horse leaves and goes to the front, she'll swell up on the 2 holes. She could get it all. That's the 4, Harlequin Romance with Paul Angel. Look at those odds, 17 to 1. And just to notice in the paddock area, if you could move your trucks and trailers around the ship-in barn, they have to be moved immediately, please. Move your trucks and trailers from around the ship-in barn. There's a look at the rail sitter, Elm Grove Quest, 6-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Normand Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan Jones trains David Dowling in the bike tonight. Started at Woodstock October the 4th, left from 3. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:59 and 3, 29 and 2. Closing quarter, 2 wins on the season, 1:57 and 1, season's best right here at Summerside Raceway. It's Elm Grove Quest on the rail with David Dowling, 22 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Field of 6, Elm Grove Quest, David Dowling at 21-1. Sporty Spice 2 with Brett Clough at 87-1. Tobin's Future 3 with Adam Erner at 1-9. 4 is Harlequin Romance with Paul Angel at 10-1. 5, Princess Halo with Brady Sweet at 2-1. Rounding out the field, that's the 6, Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet at 34-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's third race. Get in the action, don't get shut out. Wager early to avoid being shut out at the windows. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's third race has a field of 6, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Quest, 40 Spice, Tobin's Future, Harlequin Romance, Princess Halo, and Timberly Lady. Third race on the gate, now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Tobin's Future pointed out at the rail. Elm Grove Quest third. To their outside, that's Princess Halo into the turn. Racing from fourth is Harlequin Romance. At the inside, Sporty Spice fifth. And on the outside, that's Timberly Lady sixth. The quarter pole bound. And up front on the lead, Tobin's Future for Adam Erner. Elm Grove Quest got away second. Now on the cones third. That's Princess Halo. Harlequin Romance has fourth. Then in fifth, it's Sporty Spice. Trailing six, Timberly Lady. They're off a quarter of 29 seconds. Flat straight alignment now as they round the paddock turn. Led by Tobin's Future and Murder. In the two-hole, it's Elm Grove Quest. Racing from third, Princess Halo. Fourth, that's Harlequin Romance. Then racing fifth is Sporty Spice. And the sixth one, that is Timberly Lady. They're halfway home. Led by Tobin's Future. Princess Halo now going up and after that leader. Third up the rail is Elm Grove Quest. Then in fourth, Harlequin Romance. Sporty Spice fifth. On the outside, six. Timberly Lady, 59 seconds flat for a half a mile. Onward they go to three quarters next, and they're led by Tobin's Future. Princess Halo on the outside, second. Third up the rail, Elm Grove Quest. Harlequin Romance, she's there and tipping out from fourth. Up into fifth is Timberly Lady, and now the trailer, that is Sporty Spice. Survive three quarters. Tobin's Future still there. Three quarters up in 1:28 and 3 around the turn for the final time. Down to an 8 to go. Clear by 2. Tobin's Future. Second at the rail is Elm Grove Quest. Princess Halo third. Harlequin Romance fourth. On the wire next. And it's Tobin's Future all the way for Adam Murder. Second is Elm Grove Quest. Quest. Harlequin Romance rallied in third. Tobin's Future does it wire to wire in 157.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. We saw Tobin's Future slide through fractions of 29, 59, 128 and 3, and here's the stretch drive. Here we see Tobin's Future going to get her fourth win of the season, 15th career with Adam Murner in the bike, 157 and 4 tonight. Elm Grove Quest rode the rail in there for second. Coming up on the outside, closing quickly third, that is Harlequin Romance. So we have 3-1-4 unofficially. In tonight's third race, we will see Tobin's Future and Adam Murner in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Tobin's Future finding her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the third race. Pacing mare of 5 by Arthur Bluechip from the Grin Premier de Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie. Owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush, bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. Trained by Jason Bigger. Adam Murner put the mare on top at every call. She gets her 15th, a lifetime victory tonight. The mile in 157 and 4. Tobin's Future in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the third. Elm Grove Quest was second. Sporty Spice 6. Tobin's Future the race winner. Harlequin Romance finished third. Princess Halo 5th. Kimberly Lady was 4th, fractions of 29, 59, 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 4. From the top, your program reached 261, 354. Tobin's Future paid $350. The Exactor $930, Triactor $28, and the Superfecta was $823.
in the upcoming fourth race. The line to be announced on number 5, Love Party from Charlottetown on October the 11th. That was Saturday. Left from post 4, finished 4. Race timed 1:57 flat, 29 and 1 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 3 races in the books. Let's talk about Happy Hour here at Red Shores in Summerside. Join us for Happy Hour every Wednesday night from 7 till 8. Customers can enjoy free appetizers on the gaming floor while supplies last. Drop by the rewards desk to sign up and become a Rewards Club member, or visit Redshores.ca for more information. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like 7-1-2. Post time picks. That's Kurt Hughes tonight at 7-6 and 4. Classifiers choices 7-6 and 2 in tonight's fourth race in 6 minutes. And there's a shot of that close place photo from tonight's third race. Elm Grove Quest on the rail, just nipping Harlequin Romance. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
The fourth race on post parade, Gabby Sealster won. Jacob Sweet driving for owner-trainer Claire Sweet O'Leary. 2 No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington. Brady Sweet up. Animosity 3, Brody McPhee drives tonight for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. For the last starty, owned by Windermere Farms at Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner drives. Love Party 5, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge in Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Molly Malone 6, owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter, Kenny Murphy. Southwind Ricochet is 7, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Trained by Earl Watts, Paul Angel drives at 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores features 2 super high fives on tonight's program. The first one comes up in race 5, and we close it out on the card, the super high five on race number 13.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Landing on the 7, Southwind Ricochet. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Better's Delight for Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Earl Watts, the trainer. Paul Angel in the bike tonight. Started here October the 5th. The Lady Slipper Grassroots for $12,625. Left from 2. A winner by 4 1/4 in 1:58 flat, 28 seconds flat closing quarter. That was her 5th lifetime win, 4th of the season. On the 7, Southwind Ricochet with Paul Angel aboard. Your current choice at 1-4. There's a look at the rail sitter in here. Gabby Sealster, a 3-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off for Claire Sweet of O'Leary. He's also the trainer. Jacob Sweet will do the driving. Started here October the 6th. Left 9 in the back tier. Finished 4th. Just beat 5 1/4. 158 and 4. 29 and 2 last quarter. September the 23rd here. Left 7. Was a winner by 9 1/4 in 159 and 4, closing it out in 29 and 4. Followed that up September the 30th here, left from 3. Wire to wire winner by half a length in 159 flat, 30 and 2. Closing quarter. Gabby Sealster leaving on the rail tonight, and she can leave. Jacob Sweet aboard, 13 to 1. And there we see the 2, No Fool Tobago. 4-year-old brown mare by Tobago K's for Garth Cole of Kensington. He's the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Brady Sweet will do the driving. October the 6th here. Left from 2, finished 2, just beat a length and a quarter. 158 flat, 29 and 1. Closing quarter. Should be sitting up handy the front tonight. I see Gabby Sealster on the front with No Fool Tobago in the 2-hole. Maybe somebody else has something else in mind, but that's how I see it setting up going to the quarter anyway. No Fool Tobago's got 3 wins on the season, 4 career, leaving 2 tonight with Brady Sweet. Good odds, 20 to 1. And once again, the line to be announced from Love Party was at Charlottetown on Saturday, October the 11th. Left 4 and finished 4. 157 flat, 29 and 1 closing quarter. Paul Angel was in the bike. Let's have a look at that odds board for tonight's 4th race. A field of 7. Gabby Sealster and Jacob Sweet now 14 to 1. No Fool Tobago and Brady Sweet 21 to 1. Animosity 3 with Brody McPhee at all 9s. The 4, the last Artie with Adam Murner at 21 to 1. The 5 is Love Party with Corey McPherson at 8 to 5. 6, Molly Malone with Kenny Murphy at 17 to 1. Rounding out the field is the 7 on the outside. Southwind Ricochet with Paul Angel at 1 to 4. That's a look at the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 4th race has a field of 7, and they're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Gabby Sealster, No Fool Tobago, Animosity. The last Artie, Love Party, Molly Malone, Southwind Ricochet, top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing Gabby Sealster along the rail, taking him out. Between horses, No Fool Tobago, Animosity joining them. Third on the outside to get away fourth. As they move round the turn, the last 30. Then in fifth, that's Love Party. Sixth is Molly Malone on the outside. Seventh, Southwind Ricochet. A programmed order start, and a post-time favorite will trail in the early going as they arrive at the quarter, led by Gabby Sealster for Jacob Sweet. No Fool Tobago tucked in for the two-hole ride. Animosity is third. They opened it up in 28 seconds flat. A lively opener here. Off the paddock turn they come, and they're led by Gabby Sealster and Jacob Sweet en route to the half. No Fool Tobago in second, third Animosity, fourth the last 30. Love Party is tipped out from fifth. Southwind Ricochet now with the second over, covering the outside sixth, trailing to the outside seventh. That is Molly Malone. They're halfway home in the fourth, and they're there in 58 and 3. Over to the 5-8. Gabby Sealster, the leader there. No Fool Tobago tracking in the two-hole on the outside third. Love Party riding the rail fourth is Animosity. Southwind Ricochet is out there three wide fifth, and popping the two-hole. No Fool Tobago is taken over now. Second is Gabby Sealster. Out there three wide third is Southwind Ricochet. 3/4 in the books in 1:29 and 1 with an 8 left to go. No Fool Tobago between horses. Gabby Sealster along the rail. Southwind Ricochet joining him on the outside third. Animosity fourth. Deep stretch now. No Fool Tobago will get there for Brady Sweet. Animosity up the inside second. Look like Southwind Ricochet third. And the time for this mile, 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Gabby Sealster went to the front, 28, the half up in 58 and 3. Going to 3/4, No Fool Tobago pops out of the two-hole, and they battled all the way around the 7/8 turn here. Down the stretch, here comes the 7, Southwind Ricochet, but No Fool Tobago is going to get it all here. Animosity closed up good along the rail with Brody McPhee in the bike, but No Fool Tobago is going to get the job done here tonight, 1:58 and 3. Right to his season's best, 5th win of her career and 4th of the season. Brady Sweet drives in for second. Animosity with Southwind Ricochet third. So it's 2-3-7 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. We will see No Fool Tobago and Brady Sweet in that Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle next.
No Fool Tobago goes to the fourth race winner's circle, facing Brown Mare 4 by Tobago Cage off the drop-off dam. Woodmere No Fool. Garth Cole of Kensington owns trains, also the breeder. Brady Sweet in the driver's seat to guide the mare to her 5th lifetime victory tonight. The mile 1:58 and 3. No Fool Tobago in the 4th.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the fourth race, Gabby Seelster fifth. No Fool Tobago the race winner. Annie Monsity finished second. The Last Darty fourth. Love Party was seventh. Molly Malone finished sixth. Southwind Ricochet was third. Fractions 28, 58 and 3. 129 and 1. And the mile 158 and 3. In review, it's 5-1-2. 4-7-6-3. No Fool Tobago, paid 1630 to win. The Exactor 227.90. The Triactor 628.20. Superfecta carryover.
Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options this season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High Fives, and a new Late Pick 4. With a $1,000 guaranteed pool, the I'll Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. Equipment changes in the fifth race. On the 1, Hamac Fancy adds a Tony Morgan spreader, and the 4, Mimas Amapo, removes the blinkers. I like 182 in here. Post time picks at 186, and the classifiers choices 8, 1, and 3 in tonight's fifth race in 8 minutes.
Race 5 on post parade. Number 1 is Hamac Fancy, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer, Paul Angel driving. 2 Singer's Choice, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of Valeri. Dusty Duke, 3, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. Kenny Murphy drives. Mimosa Mapo, number 4, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Brody McPhee up. 5 is Bugtown Nash, owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell aboard. 6 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche is the trainer driver. Hamac Charger number 7, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul Conway does the conditioning. Zach Conway will drive. Number 8, Smiling in Heaven, Gary Chappell of Stratford, owns and drives. Stacy Dara is the trainer. 4 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the first Super High 5 of the night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Here in the 5th, I went to the Somewhere Fancy filly off of the rail, Hamac Fancy, out of the Kyle Williams barn. I like the 3, Dusty Duke, 2 starts back, wired the field here for Kenny Murphy. Going to go to the 6, Starship Destiny for 3rd. I'm going way wide to Gary Chappell's mount, the 8, Smiling in Heaven for 4th. And I'll close it out with me Mom's Mapo for 5th. 1-3-6-8-4 from the booth, and a Rocky getting back to Sunday afternoon. I know it's going to be, I'll never forget it. For me, in 48 years almost, that's the highlight of my career. And I know you and Kurt were having a fantastic day as that filly of Earl's was just stunning in 53-3, and the trotter of the Blue Knights was just incredible in 54-3. I don't think we could have had a better day.
Couldn't have. And as I mentioned on air a couple of times, Vance, and being a horseman as you're yourself, horses breathe better in this type of weather. They really do, and that's my belief anyway. In the 5th race, I'm going to go with the rail horse in here. That's Hamac Fancy. Going to the far outside, Smiling in Heaven for 2nd. The 2, Singer's Choice for 3rd. Then I'll put the 3, Dusty Duke. Rounded it with the 6, Starship Destiny. I'm going to go 1, 8, 2, 3, 6. Vance Cameron going 1, 3, 6, 8, and 4. That's your Super High 5s, our Super High 5s on your screen. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Time to have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. A field of 8 in here. Howmack Fancy, Paul Angela 2-1. The 2 Singer's Choice and Jacob Sweet 7-1. 3 Dusty Duke and Kenny Murphy at 11-1. Miwaza Mapo is the 4 on your screen right now with Brody McPhee at 29-1. 5 Bugtown Nash and Robbie Chappell at 33-1. There's the 6 Starship Destiny with Kyle DeRoche. Your current choice right now at 4-5. 7 Howmack Charger and Zach Conway at 58-1. And the outside 8 is Smiling in Heaven with Gary Chappell at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is moving for tonight's 5th race. A field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Howmack Fancy. Singer's Choice, Dusty Duke, Miwaza Mapo. Bugtown Nash, Starship Destiny. Howmack Charger, Smiling in Heaven on the grandstand side. It's the 5th race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Dusty Duke is the first one out. Singer's Choice second. Miwaza Mapo is third to the turn. To get away fourth. Bugtown Nash, Way Wide, Smiling in Heaven comes up fifth. Then Starship Destiny in 6, Howmack Charger 7th, and the trailer, that is Howmack Fancy. On the backstretch they go to the quarter, and Miwaza Mapo comes up on the outside to take the lead. Second is Dusty Duke from the outside third, that is Smiling in Heaven. Singer's Choice has 4th, racing from 5th is Bugtown Nash. Then in 6 is Starship Destiny, underway 7th Howmack Fancy. Now the trailer, Howmack Charger 28 and 3, the opening quarter, and up front the long shot leader is Miwaza Mapo for Brody McPhee. Racing from second, that's Smiling in Heaven. Dusty Duke's in third. Singer's Choice is underway, 4th on the outside. Howmack Fancy now on the outside, second over 5th. Racing 6 is Bugtown Nash, third over and 7 Starship Destiny. Howmack Charger trails 58 flat was the half mile. Midway around the turn, approaching on 5/8, Miwaza Mapo getting him there. In the 2-hole is Smiling in Heaven, racing third. Up on the outside is Singer's Choice. On the cones, Dusty Duke 4th. On the outside 5th, that is Howmack Fancy. 6 is Bugtown Nash. Between them 7th, that's Howmack Charger. And 3 wide on the outside 8, Starship Destiny. They're 3/4 up in 1, 28 and 4. Good rating by McPhee. Down to an 8 to go. Miwaza Mapo trying to take them all the way. Smiling in Heaven coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Dusty Duke at the rail third. They're in deep stretch now. Miwaza Mapo has upset them here for Brody McPhee. Smiling in Heaven was second. Dusty Duke will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:58.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 5th race. Miwaza Mapo goes right down the road tonight, 28-3, the half in 58 flat, 128 and 4 3/4. Smiling in Heaven in the 2-hole, pops out, and they're going to battle down the stretch here. Looked like he was going to go by. She was going to go by, but Mimaza Mapo had other thoughts tonight and gets the victory in 1:58 and 4. That's a new race win record, second lifetime win from just 13 starts. Brody McPhee maps out the winning trip on the front tonight. Smiling in Heaven, Gary Chappell in there for second. Dusty Duke with Kenny Murphy third. So it's 4-8-3 unofficially in tonight's fifth. We're going to see Mimaza Mapo and Brody McPhee in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle next.
Mimaza Mapo on her way to the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle here in the fifth race. Bay pacing filly 3 by Roll With It Harry off the Real Desire Dam Mapo's Moen Hay. A homebred of Haley Curley of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle. Brody McPhee put the filly on top at every call on this night, pacing to a new race win record of 1:58 and 4. Mimaza Mapo upsets in the Super High 5.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now, the official results in race 5, Hamac Fancy was 8th, Singer's Choice 5th, Dusty Duke 3rd, Mimaza Mapo, the race winner. Bugtown Nash was 4th, Starship Destiny finished 6th, Hamac Charger was 7th, Smiling in Heaven finished 2nd. They went 28 and 3, 58, 128 and 4, and the mile 158 and 4. In review, it's 853, 146, 72. Mimaza Mapo paid 32.30 to win. The exactor 136.30. The triactor 636.90. Super High 5 will get carried over.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 5 races in the books. Let's talk about the ultimate guest experience at Red Shores in Charlottetown. You can join us on Thursdays in the Top of the Park for the ultimate guest experience. This offer begins on October the 16th and includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, live racing action, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $35.95 plus tax. For more information on the ultimate guest experience, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Field of 8 in here. I like a 1-2-6. Post time picks. That's Kurt Hughes tonight at 1-6 and 2. And the classifier's choice is 1-2-6 in the 6th race in 7 minutes.
On the 6th race parade, number 1 is McLean, owned by Michael Dubé of St. Maurice, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies. Kenny Murphy drives. Wild River Coyote 2 is owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Brian Walsh, Corey McPherson up. 3 James Rains is owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. J.J. Patrick 4, owned by Mark Galand and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training, driven by John Davidson. 5 Julian I Am is owned, trained, and driven by Jeremy Baker from Black Rock, Nova Scotia. Brookdale George 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, driven by Paul Langell. Starship Zodiac number 7, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by David Dowling. Number 8, Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. 4 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, management and staff with Red Shores and the Prince County Horsemen's Club and the PEI harness racing industry would like to pay tribute to a member of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of Sam Walsh. From a young age, Sam developed a passion for horses. He loved taking care of them and watching them compete. Sam was well known and loved member of our backstretch here at Summerside Raceway. He was a true horseman. He will be missed. On behalf of all of us, we send our condolences to his family. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence for the late Sam Walsh. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A great guy he was, Sam Walsh. Let's go out to the track for tonight's sixth race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the rail sitter in here, that is McLand. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by McCardle. From Michael Dubé of St. Moise, Quebec. Chris Davies trains Kenny Murphy in the bike. Started here October the 6th on the rail. Cut it all out, finished third, beat 3 1/4, 157-3, 29-4 closing quarter. Has a win this season. If you look 5 down on the program to September the 9th here, 157-1. With David Dowling in the bike, closing it out in 29-2. He's on the rail tonight. McLand with Mr. Murphy aboard at 1-9. And there's a look at the 2, Wild River Coyote, 8-year-old brown gelding by Shadow Play for Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, Prince Edward Island. Brian Walsh, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike. Last start was here October the 6th. Head the rail and right down the road he went. 157-3. 30 seconds flat closing quarter. That was his first win of the season. Has his 11th career. Good spot to work it from tonight, too. That's Wild River Coyote with Corey McPherson from post 2. Look at those odds, 94-1. And there we get a peek at the 6, Brookdale George, 4-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Paul Angel is in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. Started here October the 6th. The left 8 and the outside, finished 4th. Race time 158-4, 29-3. Closing quarter does show that mile in 156-4. 2 starts back, and another one, if you look back, September the 9th here, finishing second by ahead. Paul Angel was in the bike for that one. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Could be tonight. That's the 6, Brookdale George with Paul Angel, 5-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 6th race. McLand and Kenny Murphy at 1-9. 2, Wild River Coyote and Corey McPherson at 34-1. James Rains 3 with Jacob Sweet. He's in the bike right now at all 9s. The 4, J.J. Patrick and John Davidson at 55-1. 5, Julian I.M. with Jeremy Baker at 57-1. 6, Brookdale George with Paul Angel at 5-1. The 7, Starship Zodiac with David Dowling, 28-1. Rounding out the field on the outside is Bet the Bull with Robbie Chappell. All 9s on the board. That's the field for tonight's 6th race, field of 8. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 6th race has a full field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
McLand, Wild River Coyote, James Rains, J.J. Patrick, Julian I.M., Brookdale George, Starship Zodiac. Bet the Bulls on the grandstand side. It's the 6th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing McLand, the first one out off the rail. Wild River Coyote is second. Third, James Rains on the outside. Fourth, that is Starship Zodiac away fifth on the rail. That's J.J. Patrick on the outside. Bet the Bull sixth. Then it's Julian I Am seventh, and the trailer Brookdale George on the backstretch they go. And the 1-9 chalk is on the engine. Who is McLand for Kenny Murphy? Right there in the two-hole is Wild River Coyote. There's a large gap to third. James Rains is there. Fourth on the cones is Starship Zodiac. Bet the Bull is outside of fifth. 28 and 2 opened it up. Racing from sixth is J.J. Patrick. Julian I Am is seventh. And the trailer, Brookdale George, eighth. Off the paddock turn, and there goes the inquiry sign. Race number 6 under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets. And at the midway point, McLand is halfway home. Getting the two-hole ride, Wild River Coyote, James Rains third. Bet the Bull out all the way fourth. Starship Zodiac fifth. 57 and 3 was the half. Racing from six is J.J. Patrick. Julian I Am to the outside seventh. Brookdale George continuing to trail. They're on the backstretch for time two as they go to three-quarters. Opening up a two-length lead, McLand. Second is Wild River Coyote. Then in third, it's James Rains. Fourth is Starship Zodiac. Brookdale George comes marching up 3 wide fifth. The three-quarters in 1. 27 and 1 as they round the top turn for the second and final time with an 8th left to go. McLand all alone turning home. Wild River Coyote second. Brookdale George is coming late on the outside. On the wire, here is McLand to take him all the way for Kenny Murphy. Brookdale George rallied up to be second. We'll need a show photo in here. But McLand does it at 1-9 in 1:57 and a 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. McLand and Mr. Kenny Murphy go right down the road tonight. 28-2, the half in 57 and 3. Rolled to three-quarters in 1:27 and 1, and they weren't catching him tonight, folks. He's a wire-to-wire winner for the second time this season, 7th career, 1:57 and 1. Kenny Murphy aboard for the ride. In for second, that is the 6, Brookdale George. Looked like the 4, J.J. Patrick, might have got up there for third, but no, it is the 2 in there. Wild River Coyote third, so it's 1-6-2 unofficially. In tonight's 6th race, we're going to see McLand and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 judges' inquiries underway here in race number 6. First one will involve the start of the race, and the second one involves the 2-horse Wild River Coyote for a possible pylon violation. There's McLand going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from race 6. Bay facing gelding 5 by McCardle. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Stacy's Lady. Owned by Michael Dubé from St. Louis, Quebec. Bred by Bentley Troyer from Millersburg, Ohio. Trained by Chris Davies and Kenny Murphy. Put him on top at every call tonight, winning in 1:57 and a 1/5. McLand delivers in the 6th.
Last call, 50-50. Isabella's up here right now in the oval. Last call, 50-50.
Here's the results of the two judges' inquiries in the sixth race. They examined the start of race number 6. All horses received a fair start. And the second one involving the 2 Wild River Coyote, he was inside 2 consecutive pylons and double lapped on at the finish. Wild River Coyote finished 3rd and will be placed 5th. Now the official results in race 6, McLand the winner. Wild River Coyote finished 3rd, was placed 5th for inside 2 consecutive pylons and being double lapped on at the finish. James Rains finished 5th, was placed 4th. J.J. Patrick finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Julian I.M. finished 7th. Brookdale George was 2nd. Starship Zodiac finished 6th. Bet the Bull was 8th. Fractions 28 and 2, 57 and 3, 127 and 1, and the mile 157 and 1. In review after the placings, your program reads 154, 372, 68, McLand at 210. The Exactor 610, Triactor 3690, and the Superfecta 1875.
Red Shore Summerside has another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season on November the 11th, introducing the new Track Triple. Buy the aisle pick 5, a pick 4, and 1 daily double, and you will have a chance to win $500. Ask your on-track seller about the new Track Triple here at Red Shores in Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Line to be announced on Mr. William from October the 11th at Charlottetown. Left from 3, made a break, finished 8th, 159 flat. Corey McPherson was in the bike. I'm going 253. Post time picks at 463. Classifiers choice is 261 in the 7th in 6 minutes.
Hands off, nose in will lead the 7th race. Post parade, owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. Kenny Murphy drives. 2, Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 3, Hockey's Day-O, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Sword from the Stone, number 4, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum from Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet and driven by Brody McPhee. Mr. William 5, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Twisted Joke, number 6, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Malotson, Kyle Mason. 4 minutes to post time. The Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake is scheduled for October 23rd and October 25th at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
That's right, Vance. And if you have a look at your monitors here, you'll see the sponsors are Metro Home Billing Center, High Tide Home Hardware Billing Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. October 23rd, 2- and 3-year-old trotters, and the 25th of October, 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies at the Charlottetown Driving Park. Let's go on out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 2 on your screen, that is Brookdale Thomas. 4-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer with Paul Angel in the bike. Last start was here October 6th from post 2. Finished 2, just beat by half a length. Race timed in 1:57.4. Closing quarter 31-1. Has a win, 1:56.2 record taken at Charlottetown, bottom of his lines, Old Home Week. That was August the 11th at Charlottetown. Kenny Murphy was aboard for the ride, 29-1. Closing panel. Brookdale Thomas from post 2 with Paul Angel tonight, 2-1. And there we get a peek at the 5. That is Mr. William, 5-year-old bay gelding by Artspeak for Suzanne McKagan and Mike James. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Last start was in Charlottetown. That was Saturday, October the 11th. Left from post 3, made a break, finished 8th. 1:59 flat, 30-3 on the end of it. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Start before that was here October the 6th. Left from 5, finished 3rd, just beat length. Race timed in 1:58 flat. Has a win this season here at Summerside. Mr. William, Corey McPherson aboard from post 5 right now at 15-1. And there we get a peek at the 3, Hawkish Deo, 4-year-old bay horse by McWickett for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver. Started here on October the 6th, left from 3 and finished 5th. 1:58.1, 31 seconds flat on the end of it. Start before that was here September the 30th, left from 2. Right down the highway, 1:57.4, closing it out in 30-2. That was a new race win record, 3rd lifetime win for the 3. Hawkish Deo, Jacob Sweet's aboard tonight, right now 9-1. Time to take a peek at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. Hands off, nose in. Mr. Murphy aboard on the rail on your screen there at 8-1. The 2, Brookdale Thomas and Paul Angel at even money. 3, Hawkish Deo and Jacob Sweet, 12-1. 4, on your screen now is Sword from the Stone with Brody McPhee at even money. 5 is Mr. William with Corey McPherson at 12-1. Rounding out the field, that is the 6, Twisted Joke, now on your screen with Kyle Mason at 7-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your selections. Shout out tonight to my friend Corey McDougall and his wife Jen watching the races tonight, as well as his mother Connie. As the 7th race, field of 6 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Hands off, nose in. Brookdale Thomas, Hoggies Deo. Sword from the stone, Mr. William. Twisted Joe. At the top of the stretch. 7th race. Ready for a start. Off and pacing, hands off, nose in, the first one out. Brookdale Thomas away second, Hockey's Deo third, Sword from the Stone fourth, Mr. William fifth, and Twisted Joke is sixth. There's a programmed order start underway in race number 7. Hands off, nose in is the leader for Kenny Murphy. Right there in the 2-hole is Brookdale Thomas, all alone in third. Hockey's Deo, Sword from the Stone goes fourth, Mr. William in fifth. Twisted Joke is sixth. They pass on the first quarter mile. Hands off, nose in, fraction setting off at 29 and 1 opener. 2-hole ride belongs to Brookdale Thomas. Hockey's Dale is closed in from third. Racing from fourth is Sword from the Stone. That's Mr. William fifth. Twisted Joke going to the outside from sixth. They'll arrive at the half mile next. Led by Hands Off, Nose In. 2-hole ride, Brookdale Thomas on the move in the outside third. Sword from the Stone is underway. Hockey Dale riding the rail fourth. They're at the half in 59 and 4. Racing fifth on the outside is Twisted Joke, and now the trailer. That's Mr. William on the backstretch for time 2 as they go to 3/4. Hands off, nose in is the leader. Sword from the Stone is the challenger. Brookdale Thomas continuing third. Fourth on the outside is Twisted Joke. Hockey's Dale fifth. On the outside, Mr. William sixth. 3 in, 3 out, 3/4 up in 1:29 and 4, and they're homeward bound. Sword from the Stone on the outside. Hands off, nose in at the rail. Up the inside, Brookdale Thomas coming through late on the wire. Here's Sword from the Stone to double up Brody McPhee. Second, that's Brookdale Thomas. Hands off, nose in third. And the time for the mile, 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. As we saw, Hands Off, Nose In, go to the front, 29 and 1, the half, and 59 and 4. 129 and 4 to 3/4. I thought this was all over with those fractions in this horse, but Sword from the Stone, Brody McPhee came first over, and he's a grinder, folks. He grinded away here tonight and gets up to win this one in 1:58 and 3, his second win of the season. 5th career for Sword from the Stone. Brody McPhee in the bike for his second win tonight. In for second is the 2, Brookdale Thomas. Hands off, nose in, held there for third. It's 4-2-1 unofficially. In tonight's 7th race, we're going to see Sword from the Stone and Brody McPhee in the winner's circle next.
Soared from the Stone on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from tonight's 7th race. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Modern Art Dam Sestina, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, bred by Jeff Hinniker of Nova Scotia. Trained by Donald Sweet, Brody McPhee has his second winner tonight for the double. The miles in 1:58 3. Soared from the Stone and the Brody McPhee double in the 7th. Now the official results in the 7th, Hands Off Nose in 3rd. Brookdale Thomas 2nd. Hockey's Day-O 5th. Soared from the Stone, the race winner. Mr. William was 6th. Twisted Joke finished 4th. The fraction for 29 1, 59 4, 129 4, and the mile 1:58 3. In review, 325, 164. Soared from the Stone paid $4.60. The exactor was $11.40. The triactor $35.10, and the superfecta $11.82.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Red Shores Celtic Christmas. Red Shore Charlottetown is proud to present a Celtic Christmas with the Ross family on Friday, November 21st. Tickets are $55 plus tax and gratuity for this special evening of entertainment and 3-course meal. For more details and to purchase tickets, visit Redshores.ca or call the top of the park at 902-620-4264. Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room. And there's a look at our selections with the Atlantic Post calls. Cam for tonight's 8th race. I like a 3-7-5, as does Post Time Picks with Kurt Hughes. Classifier's choice is 7-3-5 in the 8th in 6 minutes.
On the 8th race post parade, number 1 Hemingway, owned and trained by Abbey Clove Cornwall, Brecklow Drive. Pineapple Express, number 2 Willie McKay of Breadalbin, owns, trains, and drives. Marley's Boy 3, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts out of Murner. Arnold the Paperboy, number 4, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay, Paul Langell driving. E-Gamer 5, owned by Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington. Haley Cole's the trainer, Brady Sweetup. Get Home Terry, number 6, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart, Kenny Murphy. Solid Silver, number 7, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Stacy Dara Stratford. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 8. 2 minutes to post time. For up-to-date information on post times, race replays, and more, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, landing on the 3. Merle's Boy, 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Wade Piccone of Stanchel, who's also the breeder. Earl Watts is the trainer. Adam Murner will do the driving, looking for his second win tonight. Last start was here October the 6th, left from 6 and finished 5th. Race timed 1:58 and 2. 30-1 closing quarter. Darren Crow was in the bike, still looking for that first win of 2025. Could be tonight. That's the 3, Marley's Boy with Adam Murner, your current choice at 3-5. And there's a look at the 7, Solid Silver, 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Mystery Chase for Stacey Darrow Stratford, who's also the trainer. Corey McPherson is in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. Last start was here October the 6th, left from 8, finished 3rd, 1:58 and 1, 29 and 2. Closing quarter. Another one looking for that first win of 2025 has 14 lifetime wins. That is the 7, Solid Silver with Corey McPherson, 5-2. And there's a look at the 5, E-Gamer, 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Chemistic for Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington. Haley Cole trains. Brady Sweet is in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. The last start was here last Monday. Left from 5 and finished 4th. 1:58 and 2, 29 and 4, closing quarter. Another one looking for win number 1 of 2025. There's only 2 of them in here, I believe, that have wins in 2025. E-Gamer from post 5 with Brady Sweet at 10-1. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Hemingway, Pineapple Express, Marley's Boy, Arnold the Paper Boy, E-Gamer, Get Home Terry, and Solid Silver are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Often facing Pineapple Express and E-Gamer are leaving out. Between them, Marley's Boy, and joining them on the outside, that's Solid Silver. Towards the rail, Hemingway around the turn to get away 6. At the inside is Arnold the Paper Boy. Then the trailer, Get Home Terry, a little to it and at it. Adding to it up front in the early going. And here's E-Gamer to clear the lead. In line to Brady Sweet. Racing from second, Pineapple Express. Solid Silver dropped in third. Hemingway is in mid-pack fourth. Racing from fifth is Marley's Boy, followed by Arnold the Paper Boy. And then the trailer, Get Home Terry. 28.4 was the front quarter mile time. Off the paddock turn, they straightened down the stretch with the half mile in their sights, led by E-Gamer. Second, that's Pineapple Express on the move on the outside. Third is Marley's Boy. Solid Silver tips out fourth. Hemingway along the inside fifth. Get Home Terry is taken over sixth. Now trailing seventh. Arnold the Paper Boy 59 and 3 over to the half mile. New leader as they arrive at 5-8. Marley's Boy is taken over from Erner. Solid Silver now second. Back to third is E-Gamer. Pineapple Express fourth. In fifth is Hemingway. Along the inside, Arnold the Paper Boy sixth. Trailing seventh. Get Home Terry. They're at the 3/4. Marley's Boy getting him there. On his back now, second is Solid Silver. 3/4 went in 1:28 and 4 as they arrive at the 7/8. Marley's Boy the leader, the only one with a shot at that leader, Solid Silver, and they're homeward bound. Marley's Boy leads it. Solid Silver closing up at the rail. On the wire they come next. Solid Silver and Marley's Boy. Marley looks to hang on here on the outside, but there will be a win photo. Time for the mile in 1:58.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. And going to the front in here, that was E-Gamer and Brady Sweet. 28 and 4, the half 59 and 3. And then Marley's Boy was on the march past the half, took over going to 5/8, down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 4. Solid Silver followed through and was right on his back till the deep stretch here. Here it is, folks, a battle down to the line. I thought the 3 get up there and won that, and what do they say on the board? Yes, folks, the 3, Marley's Boy, gets up for his first win of 2025, his 7th career tonight, 1:58 and 2. Adam Erner gets his second win tonight. In for second is the 7, Solid Silver. Up for third is the 2, Pineapple Express. So it's 3-7-2 unofficially. In tonight's 8th race, we'll see Marley's Boy and Adam Erner in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late judge's inquiry underway here in the 8th race for a possible pylon violation by number 1, Hemingway. There goes Marley's Boy on his way to the 8th race winner's circle by facing Gelding. He's 4, but better than Cheddar. From the Western Ideal Dam Private Joke, a homebred of Wade Piconi of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner has his second winner for the double, the mile in 1:58 and 2. Marley's Boy doubles up Adam Murner in the 8th. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 8th race. Number 1, Hemingway, was inside 2 consecutive pylons and lapped on at the finish. Hemingway finished 4th and will be placed 5th. Now the official results in race 8, Hemingway finished 4th, place 5th for the pylon violation. Pineapple Express 3rd. Marley's Boy the winner. Arnold the Paper Boy was 7th. E. Gamer finished 5th, was placed 4th. Get Home Terry finished 6th. Solid Silver was 2nd. Fractions went 28 and 4, 59 and 3, 128 and 4, and the mile in 1:58 and 2. In review after the placings, 531, 7462. Marley's Boy, fade 270. The Exactor 340, Triactor 1450, Superfecta 473.
Get your 50-50 draw tickets ready. We have the winning number here, valued at $300 to the winner. The winning number in tonight's 50-50 is 164348. For $300, the winning 50-50 number 164348. Good luck. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at both Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Field of 6. I like a 1-4-6 in here. Post time picks Kurt Hughes at 1, 4, and 2. And the classifier selections 1, 6, 3 in tonight's 9th race.
Ontario leading the ninth race on parade, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. David Dowling trains and drives. Louis the Great, number 2, on the Leith Wade of Summerside. Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Freeman's Legacy, number 3, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for owner Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Redland Miss Pretty, number 4, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell. 5 is Gator Hanover, owned by Mario LaJoy and Jonathan LaJoy from St. Antoine, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Adam Murder. 6 is Broke and Out of Gas. Kenny Murphy catch drives tonight for owner-trainer Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. 4 minutes to post time. The new Appy Hour arrives tomorrow night here on the gaming floor at Redshores, Summerside.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Field of 6, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, landing on the rail center in here, dropping down in class a bit. That's Manterio, 9-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. David Dowling is the trainer and the driver. Started here October the 6th, left from 3, finished 4th. Race time 1:55.4. Snapped home in 27.4. Has 5 wins on the season from 26 tries and a 1:53.4 season's best at Charlottetown. It's Manterio on the rail tonight with David Dowling, 3-5. And there's the 4, Redland Miss Pretty, 5-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Harry Anderson. Kyle Williams trains with Paul Angel in the bike, looking for his 2nd win of the night. Last start was here last Monday night, left out from 7. Finished 5th, race time 1:57.3, 28.4 closing quarter. Charlottetown, October the 2nd from post 5. Wire-to-wire winner by a length and 3/4 in 1:56.1, 29.2. Closing quarter. Has a record 1:53.3, taken at Charlottetown August the 7th. Paul Angel was in the bike, snapped home in 28.3 that night. 4 wins on the season for Redland Miss Pretty with Paul Angel from post 4. Good odds, 27-1. And there we take a peek at the 6, Broke and Out of Gas. 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, who's the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Kenny Murphy gets the call to drive tonight. Started here last Monday night, left from 4, finished 4th, just beat by a length and a half. 1:55.3 with a closing panel of 28-1. Paul Angel was in the bike. Here on September the 30th, left from 6, wire-to-wire winner by a neck in 1:56.4, 29.3. Closing quarter, 6 wins on the season, including a record of 1:54.4. Taken at Charlottetown on September the 4th. Paul Angel was in the bike, snapped home 28.3 on that occasion. Broken Out of Gas, leave 6 tonight with Mr. Murphy aboard. Good odds, 24-1. Tonight's ninth race has a field of 6 making their way to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Starter Justin DeRoche, driver Scotty McKendrick, upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Manterio, Louis the Great, Freeman's Legacy, Redland Miss Pretty, Gator Hanover, broke, and added gas. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Redland Miss Pretty fires out along with Freeman's Legacy. Manterio third to the turn. To get away fourth is Louis the Great. Then the fifth one is Gator Hanover, and the trailer 6, Broken Eddie Gas on their way to the opening quarter, and a Redland Miss Pretty clears the lead for Paul Angel. Freeman's Legacy popping the 2-hole here, giving go time on the front end. They're rolling here in the early going. Freeman's Legacy back to the front for Jacob Sweet. Off an opening quarter. Boom! Just like that, 27-4 opened it up. Freeman's Legacy, the leader. Redland Miss Pretty is second, starting to close up third. That is Manterio. Fourth up the rail is Louis the Great. Then in fifth is Gator Hanover. And the sixth one, Broken Out of Gas. Halfway home in the ninth, Freeman's Legacy, the midway point leader for Jacob Sweet. And they arrive at the half in 57-4. Tracking in the 2-hole, Redland Miss Pretty. That's Manterio third. There goes Gator Hanover, sent to the outside fourth. Then in fifth and moving up, Broken Out of Gas. Now the trailer, Louis the Great. They go to 3/4. Freeman's Legacy getting them there. Second is Redland Miss Pretty. On the outside for third, Gator Hanover. Manterio now trapped at the rail fourth. Fifth on the outside, Broken Out of Gas. Louis the Great 6, 127-4. 3/4 of a mile. They're in the home stretch now. Freeman's Legacy looking to see it through. Redland Miss Pretty up the rail. Manterio third. On the wire they come. Freeman's Legacy, Redland Miss Pretty maybe on the inside. With Freeman's Legacy, then Manterio. It is picture time. And the mile time in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Freeman's Legacy zips to the front, 27-4, the half in 57-4. 127-4 to 3/4. Well-rated mile by young Jacob Sweet here tonight on Freeman's Legacy. They're going to battle all the way down the stretch here, but Redland Miss Pretty is going to double up Paul Angel in the win column tonight because she gets up and sticks her snout in front here tonight in 1:56-1, her 5th win of the season, 15th career. Freeman's Legacy in there for second, Manterio third. It's 4-3-1 unofficially. In tonight's ninth, we're going to see Redland Miss Pretty and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Redland Miss Pretty goes to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the ninth race. Bay pacing mare 5 by Source of Pride off the Better's Delight Dam. Woodmere Nora, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, bred by Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langel's second winner for the double. The miles in 156 and 1. The mare gets her 15th lifetime victory tonight. Redland Miss Pretty doubles up Paul Langell in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Manterio third, Louis the Great sixth, Freeman's Legacy second, Redland Miss Pretty the race winner. Gator Hanover was fifth. Broken Out of Gas finished fourth. The fractions were 27 and 4, 57 and 4, 127 and 4, and the mile 156 and 1. In review 362. 154. Redland Miss Pretty paid $15.50. The exactor $116.80. The triactor $344.20. Superfecta carryover.
Tonight's winner in the 50-50, the Davy Stable from Summerside. Congratulations. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates. Get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms. And in the upcoming 10th race, number 5, Hunger Pangs, make the driver, Jacob Sweet. There's a look at our selections. I'm going 3-2-1. Post time picks, Kurt Hughes 7-2-3. And the classifiers choice is 3-2-4 in the upcoming 10th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at that win photo from tonight's 9th race. Redland Miss Pretty getting up over the 3. Freeman's Legacy, another good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Pacers and their drivers for the 10th race on Post Parade. Sharky number 1, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Almost There Boss number 2, owned by David and John Sweet of Valeri, trained by Ralph Sweet. Kenny Murphy drives. Brookdale J. Mack number 3, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Tonight, David Dowling. For Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizbam Sis, New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet drives. 5 is Hunger Fangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge in Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna. Note the driver change to Jacob Sweet. KD Overdrive number 6, owned by White Rabbit Racing of Moncton, New Brunswick. Kyle Mason trains and drives. 7 is Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Rick does the training. Tonight, Adam Murner. 8 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer and driven by Paul Langell. 3 minutes to post time. For backstretch beat, winning post positions, driver profiles, and free race programs, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's go out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show, and it is also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Late Pick 4. Landing on the 3, Brookdale J. Mack, 4-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer, the trainer. David Dowling is in the bike. Last start was here last Monday night. Left from post 2 was a winner by 13 lengths in 156 flat. 5th win of the season, 8th career closing quarter. 28-2 on the 3. Brookdale J. Mack. David Dowling aboard. 5-1. There we see the 2, Almost There Boss. 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach for David and John Sweet of O'Leary. Ralph Sweet, the trainer, with Kenny Murphy aboard for the drive. Last start was here last Monday night. Left from 4, finished 5th. 156-4, 29-1 closing quarter. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Has a win this season. 156-2 at Charlottetown. Almost There Boss. Kenny Murphy's aboard tonight. Post 2, 9-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter and your 1-2 current choice on the board. It's Sharky, 5-year-old brown gelding by He's Watching for Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk. Shout out to Jack McGurk watching tonight. Taylor Doyle is the trainer. He's looking for a training double. Corey McPherson is in the bike looking for a driving double. Started here last Monday, left in the out from 7, finished 7, 157-2, 29 flat. Taylor Doyle was in the bike. Start before that, September 23rd here from post 5, a winner by 3/4 of a length in 157 flat, 30-4 closing quarter. Corey McPherson was in the seat. 4 wins on the season, including a 154-4 season's best right here at the Raceway. It's Sharky on the rail with Corey McPherson at 1-2. Let's have a peek at the odds board for the upcoming 10th race. Jacob Sweet is the driver of the 5 Hunger Pangs. Sharky and Corey McPherson at 3 to 5. Almost There Boss. Kenny Murphy at 5 to 1. Brookdale J Mac and David Dowling at 7 to 2. 4 Majestic Mason and Brady Sweet 13 to 1. 5 Hunger Pangs and Jacob Sweet 45 to 1. Katie Overdrive 6 and Kyle Mason at all 9s. 7 Braxton's Boy with Adam Murner at 3 to 1. Rounding out the field is Brookdale Jim with Paul Angel. All 9s on the board. That's the field for the upcoming 10th race. Good luck with your plays. Tonight's 10th race has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sharky, Almost There Boss, Brookdale J Mac, Majestic Mason, Hunger Pangs, Katie Overdrive, Braxton's Boy, Brookdale Jim. Full field of 8 here in the 10th, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. The inside trio are firing. That's Sharky, Almost There Boss, and Brookdale J Mac. Into the turn 4th is Braxton's Boy. Up the rail 5th is Majestic Mason. Then the 6th one is Hunger Pangs. He's followed then by Katie Overdrive and Brookdale Jim. On the back stretch for time 1 to the quarter, and guarding the cones, Sharky in line to Corey McPherson, the leaders. Second is Almost There Boss to get away. Third is Brookdale J Mac. Dropped in to be 4th is Braxton's Boy, Majestic Mason. He's on the cones 5th off at 29 and 1 opening quarter. Movement on the front end. Brookdale J Mac was a handful in the hole, so Dowling has right lined him. Going on to challenge the leader, Sharky. Almost There Boss will watch that battle in 3rd. 4th is Braxton's Boy. Then it's Majestic Mason in 5th. Racing 6 Hunger Pangs. Katie Overdrive is 7th, and Brookdale Jim sees them all from 8:57 and 4 over to the opening half mile. 28 and 3 in the second quarter, now led by Brookdale J Mac and Dowling. Sharky is 2nd. There goes Almost There Boss to the outside 3rd. Braxton's Boy goes 4th. In 5th is Majestic Mason. Racing 6 is Hunger Pangs. Back into 7th, Katie Overdrive. Brookdale Jim is 8th. 3 quarters in the books in 1:26 and 4. Rounding that top turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile left to go. And that's Brookdale J Mac turning home. Sharky along the rail 2nd. Almost There Boss 3rd. Majestic Mason on the far outside. Deep stretch now on the wire next. And here is Sharky to double up McPherson and Doyle. And the time for the mile, 1:57 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. And we saw Sharky go to the front 29 and 1, and then Brookdale J Mac popped out of the 3-hole 57 and 4. He's on top the 3 quarters in 1:26 and 4. Here's the stretch drive, folks. 5 of them across the track here. And in the middle is Sharky, Brookdale J Mac. Down along the rail, Braxton's Boy. You see Majestic Mason there as well. But Sharky is going to win tonight for the 5th time of the season, 18th career. Corey McPherson doubles up, as does trainer Taylor Doyle. In for 2nd is the 4, Majestic Mason with Braxton's Boy 3rd. It's 1:47 unofficially in tonight's 10th race. We're going to see Sharky and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
There's Sharky on his way to the 10th race winner's circle, facing Brown Gelding 5, but he's watching off the Art Major Dam Rub and Tug. Owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington, bred by David Brown and Jim Elberg. Trainer Taylor Doyle has the double. Driver Corey McPherson has the double. The miles in 1:57. Sharky with the McPherson and Doyle double in the 10th. Here's the official results from race 10. Sharky the winner. Almost there, Boss 5th. Brookdale J. Mack 4th. Majestic Mason was 2nd. Hunger Pangs finished 7th. Katie Overdrive was 6th. Braxton's Boy finished 3rd. Brookdale Jim was 8th. 29-1. 57-4. 126-4. And the mile, 157. In review, 154, 276, 38. Sharky paid 470. The exactor, 2770. The triactor, 645.95. And the superfecta, 231.79.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Vance Cameron bringing you all the action tonight. 10 races in the books. Couple of wins for Corey McPherson. Couple of wins for Adam Murner, Paul Angel, and Brody McPhee as well. Race 11 coming up next. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand at Redshore Summerside. It's now underway on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Field of 7. I like 312, as does post-time picks Kurt Hughes. Classifier's choice is 314 in the 11th race in 6 minutes.
It's model time on the 11th race post rate, owned by Michelle Noyo of Summerside, trained by Blaine McKenna. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hadley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown. Adam Murner is the trainer driver. Canvas of Stars, number 3, owned by Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. 4 Rock the Baby, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Thinking of Eddie, number 5, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West, trained and driven by Brady Sweet. Glenview Ronda, number 6, owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Brody McPhee drives. Starship Beauty wears number 7, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, driven by Paul Langell. Only 2 minutes to post time. This is Race Day Live from Summerside. Rocky Skirman is back with the top contenders next.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Field of 7 in here, landing on the 3, Canvas of Stars. 6-year-old bay mare by Artspeak for Mallory Davis of Majorville, New Brunswick. Chris Davies, the trainer. David Dowling, who's in a tie coming into tonight for top driver here thus far, with Corey McPherson, both with 49 wins coming into tonight. Paul Angel very close on their heels with 44 coming into tonight. Canvas of Stars last race here last Monday night from post 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 156-3, 29-3 closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike. That was the season's best for Canvas of Stars. From post 3 with David Dowling, 2-1. There's a look at the rail sitter. That's It's Model Time. 7-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror from Michelle Noyo of Summerside. Blaine McKenna trains and Kenny Murphy gets the call. Last start last Monday night here. Left from 7, finished 6th, 157-4, 29-4 on the end of it. September the 30th here from post 2. Finished 2, just beat a neck, 156-4, 29-2. Closing quarter. Look down to that start 4 down here on September 16th. Left 3. Finished second, just got beat at the wire by 3/4 of a length, pacing her mile in 155-4 with a 29-3 closing quarter. It's Model Time on the rail tonight with Mr. Murphy at 3-1. And there's a look at the 2, Ms. Moyes, 8-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Olivia May, Quade Hately, Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, Adam Murner, the trainer driver, started at Charlottetown October 2nd. Left from 5, a winner by 2.5 in 158 flat, 28-4, closing quarter. That was her 4th win of the season, 34th career. 156-1 season's best at Charlottetown for the 2, Ms. Moyes with Adam Murner, 2-1. mares in tonight's 11th race, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
It's model time. Ms. Moy's Canvas of Stars. Rock the Baby. Thinking of Eddie. Glenview Rhonda. Starship Beauty. Top of the stretch. Tonight's the 11th race. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Canvas of Stars, Ms. Moyson. It's model time. The trio along the inside. They leave out to get away. Fourth is a Rock the Baby. Then fifth is Thinking of Eddie, followed then by Glenview Rhonda. And trailing the field, Starship Beauty. On the backstretch, here comes Ms. Moyson, Adam Murner to take over top spot. Now second, it's model time. Watching it all from third, Canvas of Stars. Fourth is Rock the Baby. Thinking of Eddie goes fifth. Then sixth is Glenview Rhonda, followed by the trailer seventh. Starship Beauty, 28-3 was the opening quarter as they race round the paddock turn. On by the 3-8, Ms. Moist, the fraction center now. In the two-hole, it's model time. Canvas of Stars tips out to be first up third. Fourth is Rock the Baby. Moving up fifth on the outside is Glenview Rhonda. Going to the outside in sixth, that's Thinking of Eddie. Trailing the field, Starship Beauty halfway home in 58-4 as they round the turn, arriving at 5-8. At the rail with the lead, Ms. Moyes. To her outside, Canvas of Stars is the challenger. And the pocket, it's model time third. Coming fourth on the outside is Glenview Rhonda. Moving up fifth on the outside, that's Thinking of Eddie. Six and nowhere to go, Rock the Baby. And on the outside, seventh, that's Starship Beauty to by three quarters in 1:28-2. Ms. Moyes along the rail is the leader. Canvas of Stars has second. It's model time, awaiting the passing lane. Down the stretch they come. Ms. Moyes, it's model time, coming up the inside on the wire. It's model time for Kenny Murphy. We'll need a place picture in here. It's model time gets home tonight. Time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. And we saw Ms. Moyes on the front, 28-3, the half 58-4. Down to three quarters, 1:28-2. Had a challenger, Canvas of Stars, chomping at the bit in the three-hole. David had to move her out, and they battled. Down the stretch here is the stretch drive. It's model time in the two-hole. Got a perfect trip here, and she's going to scoop down the passing lane to win tonight for Kenny Murphy. Gets his second win of the night. That's her second win of the season, seventh career. Good mile, 1:57-4 tonight. In for second. Looks like the 4, Rock the Baby, gets in there for second with the 6, Glenview Rhonda third. 1:46 unofficially. In the 11th, we'll see It's model time, and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner circle next.
It's model time on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle from race 11. Bay pacing mare 7 years by Stonebridge Terror from the Badlands Hanover Dam Model Legs. Owned by Michelle Noyo of Summerside, bred by the late Robert Phillips of Belfast, trained by Blaine McKenna. Kenny Murphy's second winner tonight for the double. Time for the mile 1:57 and 4. It's model time. Doubles up Kenny Murphy in the 11th. Here's the official results from race 11. It's model time, the race winner. Ms. Moyes fourth. Canvas of Stars sixth. Rock the Baby was second. Thinking of Eddie finished fifth. Glenview Rondo was third. Starship Beauty finished seventh. They went 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 128 and 2, and the mile 157 and 4. In review 146, 25, 37. It's model time, page 610. The exactor 3380, triactor 22320, superfactor was 6851.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. For tonight's feature, field of 7, I'm going to go 672. Post time picks, Kurt Hughes, also 672. Classifier's choice is 627 in the 12th in 6 minutes. And there's that very close photo from tonight's 11th race, a show photo, seeing the 6 Glenview Ronda just nipping Ms. Moyse on the line. That's another good photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Twelfth race on the track for the post parade, Halmack Exclusive number 1, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade and driven by Corey McPherson. Jack Boswell 2, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Fort Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Keith McDonnell. David Dowling drives. Doc Awesome 3, owned by Darla McCackern, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training. Adam Murner driving. 4 is Halmack Charmer, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams. Brady Sweet driving. 5 is Halmack Maximus, owned by Grace Story of Montague, trained by Tammy Collins. Brody McPhee. Brookdale Johnny 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst and Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell. 7 is Stumbled Attack, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Paul does the conditioning and Kenny Murphy does the driving at 2 minutes to post time. Only 2. And Rocky, as you mentioned, we're coming up with our selections here in the Tuesday night feature. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going a little different way. I'm going closer to the inside here in the 12th. I'm going to use the 2, Jack Boswell and Dowling, off of those back-to-back 54 and change miles, and with a decent post. I'm going to go to 6, Brookdale Johnny for the deuce. On to the 4, Halmack Charmer for the triactor. And if you're into the super, I went to the 1, Halmack Exclusive. 2-6, 4-1 from the booth. Rock, your choices.
Well, I went with the 6, Brookdale Johnny. You know, he's won his last 2, and he's got 8 wins this season, 20 lifetime. For second, I'll go to the 7, Sobble Attack. He beat them last week from the 5 hole. For third, I'll go to the 2, Jack Boswell. David Dowling gets the call this week. And then I'll go to the rail, Halmack Exclusive. So I'm going to go 6-7-2-1. Vance going 2-6-4-1. Good luck with your selections here in the 12th. It's the feature on a Tuesday night at Red Shores in Summerside. The winner in the $20 voucher tonight is Claire Hines. Congratulations. The afternoon's 12th race. The evening's 12th race has a field of 7. It's the feature on a Tuesday night. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Halmac Exclusive, Jack Boswell, Doc Awesome, Halmac Charmer, Halmac Maximus, Brookdale Johnny, Sobble Attack, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing Doc Awesome, the first call along the rail, Halmac Exclusive. Third one to the turn is Jack Boswell. To get away fourth, Halmac Charmer. Halmac Maximus races into fifth. Then it's Brookdale Johnny sixth, and the trailer is Sobble Attack. They're quarter full bound, and the long shot leader, Doc Awesome and Adam Murner. Second is Halmac Exclusive. To get away third, that is Jack Boswell. In mid-pack, fourth is Halmac Charmer. Halmac Maximus, he's in fifth. Then Brookdale Johnny goes sixth, and Sobble Attack is seventh. 28 and 2 open this one up. They get set to come off the paddock turn and straighten down the stretch towards the half mile. Doc Awesome is the fraction setter. Right there in the 2-hole is Halmac Exclusive. A little gap to third. Jack Boswell there. There goes Halmac Charmer sent to the outside fourth. Going wide fifth is Halmac Maximus. At the back, Brookdale Johnny and Sobble Attack 57 and 1 was the half mile. Down to 3/8 left to go. The unchallenged leader is still that long shot, Doc Awesome. Racing second, Halmac Exclusive. On the outside third, that is Halmac Charmer. Jack Boswell, he rides the rail in fourth. Brookdale Johnny went up the inside fifth. Halmac Maximus sixth and Sobble Attack seventh. They're by 3/4 now. Doc Awesome was there in 1:26 flat. On the outside second, Halmac Charmer. In at the rail, Halmac Exclusive third. And they're turning for home now. Doc Awesome bringing them home. Up the rail, Halmac Exclusive. Jack Boswell third. Doc Awesome, he's almost there. Here's Brookdale Johnny coming late. Wow, what a stretch drive by Johnny and Paul. They might have got there, but it's picture time in 1:55 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Doc Awesome goes to the front, 28-2, the half in 57-1, down to 3/4 in 1:26. Here is the stretch drive, not on your screen, folks, but here comes Brookdale Johnny. He's going to get up and he's going to get it all. And this one tonight in 1:55-1, tripling up Paul Angel and doubling up, I believe, Phil Sizer as well. Not 100 on that, but I think doubles up Phil Sizer. Great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of those two horses anyway. But can't see the 6. He's far outside. He gets the job done. Brookdale Johnny in 1:55-1 up for second. The 3, Doc Awesome with the 1. Halmac Exclusive third. 6-3-1 unofficially. In the feature, we'll see Brookdale Johnny and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Breds Winner Circle next.
Johnny and Paul came from out of the clouds tonight to get the lion's share of the 12th race featured. They're going to the winner's circle. Brookdale Johnny, Bay facing Gelding 5 by Rockin' in Heaven from the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Gia. A homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. They'll double up on the owner's side. Trainer Phil Sizer has the double. Driver Paul Langell, he'll triple up tonight. And the time for the mile in 1:55 and a 1. Brookdale Johnny triples up Langell, doubles up the Follies and Sizer in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Here's the official results from the 12th race. Halmack Exclusive third. Jack Boswell fourth. Doc Awesome was second. Halmack Charmer fifth. Halmack Maximus was seventh. Brookdale Johnny was the race winner. Sobel Attack finished sixth. 28 and 2. 57 and 1. 126 and the mile 155 and 1. In review, 3425716. Brookdale Johnny $9 to win. The Exactor $56.90. Triactor $94.90. Superfecta $29.75.
And there's a look at the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam all set for the finale. I'm going to go with a 1, 3, and 7. Post time picks at 6, 7, and 3. And the classifier's choice is 3, 6, 7 in the finale in 7 minutes.
Coast to Coast Shark is on the 13th race post plate on by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace. Brady Sweet drives. Woodmere Ideal Art, number 2, on the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sir Foy Melanson, Kenny Murphy. Almost Amos 3 is on by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran, David Dowling. For Silver Spirit, on by Thomas Woolridge Jr. of Mount Stewart, trained by Tammy Collings, Corey McPherson drives. 5 Mapo O'Reilly is on by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Brody McPhee up. First Glance, number 6, on by Luke Beck of Charlottetown, one of the odds stable of Orwell, trained by Devin Wallace, Paul Langell drives. 7 is Mr. Kelly, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Werner trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high 5 selections to close out Tuesday night in Summerside.
And there's a look at our selections on your screen for tonight's Super High 5 in the finale. I'm going with the one in this one, Coast to Coast Shark. Left on the rail last week, and he was right down the road for Brady Sweet in 156-1. I think that if he can do that again, he can get the job done in this one. For second, the 3, Almost Amos. Then I went to the 7, Mr. Kelly, followed by the 6, First Glance. Rounded out with the 2, Woodmere Ideal Art. So I'm going 1, 3, 7, 6, 2. Vance going 3, 2, 1, 6, 7. We got the same numbers, a little different order. Get it in the Super High 5 here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board in the finale. Coast to Coast Shark, Brady Sweet 36-1. Woodmere Ideal Art, Kenny Murphy 44-1. The 3, Almost Amos and David Dowling on your screen at 1-9. 4 is Silver Spear with Corey McPherson at 83-1. 5, Mapo O'Reilly with Brody McPhee at 97-1. The 6, First Glance and Paul Angel at 10-1. 7, Mr. Kelly with Adam Erner at 52-1. That's the field for the finale. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the 13th race finale, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Great night working with you, Vince. Up to you for the call.
Right back to you, Mr. Skirman. What a beautiful weather night we had for this Tuesday night here in Summerside. The flags have been just laying on the flagpoles all night long. And we're going to wrap it up here in the 13th with the Super High Five. Coast to Coast Shark, Woodmere Ideal Art, Almost Amos Silver Spirit, Maple O'Reilly First Glance, Mr. Kelly, Post Time. The rough-end facing Coast to Coast Shark will fire out from the rail. Woodmere Ideal Art is second. Coming up third from the outside is Silver Spirit. Get away fourth is Almost Amos, then the fifth one, Maple O'Reilly. First Glance on the outside in sixth, then the trailer. That is Mr. Kelly. Along the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, and the veteran facer, Coast to Coast Shark, right on the engine here. Racing from second is Woodmere Ideal Art. Third, towards the rail, Silver Spirit. First Glance, he keeps marching on the outside. 28 and 2 the opening quarter, and First Glance about to take over the lead for Paul Angel. Coast to Coast Shark now second. Woodmere Ideal Art third. In fourth, that's Silver Spirit. Racing from fifth, that's Almost Amos. Maple O'Reilly is sixth, and trailing seventh is Mr. Kelly. Straight alignment, and they're halfway home in the nightcap. First Glance went right on to the lead for Paul Angel. 57 and 1 the halfway home time. First Glance by 2. Coast to Coast Shark second. Woodmere Ideal Art third. Swinging out from fourth, that is Silver Spirit. Then in fifth, that's Almost Amos. Racing sixth, Maple O'Reilly. And the trailer in seventh, Mr. Kelly. They're at 3/4. First Glance getting the field there. Coast to Coast Shark is second. Up on the outside, third is Silver Spirit. 1:26 and 2. They arrived at 3/4, and now they're homeward bound, led by First Glance. Coast to Coast Shark is second. Almost Amos on the far outside. It's coming late on the wire, and here is First Glance and the Paul Angel Grand Slam. Woodmere Ideal Art was second. It looked like Coast to Coast Shark third, but it's First Glance and the Angel quadruple 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's finale. And kudos to my colleague Kurt Hughes for picking First Glance to get the job done in this one, and he does. 28 and 2. Coast to Coast Shark was at the quarter. First Glance was on the march. The half in 57 and 1, down to 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. Here's the stretch drive. Paul Angel's hot tonight, folks. He's got 4 wins on the night. Gets the job done with First Glance in 1:56 flat. That's his 6th win of the season, 33rd career. Up for second is the 2, Woodmere Ideal Art. Coast to Coast Shark hangs on for third. So it's 6-2-1 unofficially in the finale. There's a great shot by Matthew McLean from Universal Media of First Glance winning the finale. We're going to see First Glance and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Paul Langell is going to top off this Tuesday night with his Grand Slam here in the finale aboard the 6. First glance, and he's going to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle. First glance facing Roan Gelding 7, but thinking out loud. From the Whitefish Falls Dam, a white glance. Owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown and one of the odds stable of Orwell, bred by Dwight Benson of Harriston, Ontario, trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langell's fourth win here tonight, the mile 156. First glance in the Super High 5. Now the official results in the 13th, Coast to Coast Shark was third. Woodmere Ideal Art second. Almost Amos fourth. Silver Spirit was seventh. Maple O'Reilly finished fifth. First glance, the race winner. Mr. Kelly was sixth. The fractions 28 and 2, 57 and 1, 126 and 2, and the mile 156. In review, 3247516. First glance paid $12.20. The exactor $43.50. Triactor $106. The Paul Langell late daily double returning $55.80. And that Super High 5 that has yet to be posted. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The par mutual handle went $48,684. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.